Jason Urtel.
Well, at that point, I don't think Shane Giannini was the other one named in there.
Oh, Alan apparently. Yeah, Nerdle model.
Yeah, because at that point, the only ones aside from Colby Godfrey and Lord Harry, that were named in the book were Ernest, Wilfred, Alaric. Alaric? Is that right?
Yes, number 5.
No, Alaric's number 7.
I actually got 5 books right in front of me if you want me to find the names for you.
Approaches
Hang
the
on.
starting game.
He's
Last chance to
cheating.
wager on the
Okay,
third.
so it's number 1 got red.
You can't tell him that because he's not going to know that. Now, on the topic of telling, those stories that are going on the
That's the core idea of the basis.
I've never been somebody else's case. Other than translation,
Like the idea
some have been
of
lost.
diaries to
Strange thing
make
about the
this
truth,
six son feel
it is a way of coming
take
out.
down. It still rings true because
All I
even
really know
with
is that
all
Adeline and
the
her
stories being
accident
told,
a few
they
months
are
before
being
I was
told
found.
to newer kids.
Why would
in
the
a new
Ministry of
format for a new
Defense want
generation.
part of an old
The
slave
diaries
story?
still ring true.
We don't know. They didn't tell us.
He's still the same.
What happened to Adeline? Duke said she had her accident before she came here, and Duncan said she died.
We were introduced
To be honest,
but he still don't exactly know what happened. Disappointed.
Are you alright, Adelaide?
I am.
Well
Thank you,
said.
Vanessa. Just a little late at the party.
So I think
Can you
so
please not
I think
mention
Daniel might have more
Sergio?
pseudo quiz
What's that?
questions. He has
Did
to ask
Adelaide
the viewers,
come past you?
isn't he?
No, what did you say?
I have another one coming up.
Just between you and
Are
me,
we all ready
Skyloy.
for this
I
one?
don't buy it.
Go for it.
I
This is
think
for
I
the
heard
viewers,
one.
not
Ghosts
not for the
funny.
viewers, it's for the
I
viewers.
was coming back last
Yeah,
night.
for the viewers.
While
Are you ready,
crossing
viewers?
that old iron
What is
bridge.
the first? What is the
Yes.
full name of
Had
the
to stop for a hot
railway
box.
in
How did you know that?
NNW?
I didn't make
A,
it up. My
Northwestern
driver heard it
Railway.
on the radio a
B,
few years earlier.
Nowhere.
You didn't make it up?
Northwestern
No.
Railway.
I didn't.
Or D,
I know what I
Northwestern
heard.
Northwestern Railway.
It wasn't imagination.
Then you're falling for a plank. Take my advice. Then let it bother you too much.
Ghosts are supposed to have unfinished business, aren't they?
Well, we had some correct answers so far from the viewers. Yeah, that is correct. It is Northwestern Railway.
And answer trivia on that. Your second choice was Nowhere. Well, that is actually what it originally was, because when Wilbert made that original model of Thomas, it did have NW on the side, and it did stand for Nowhere.
All right.
Or you could say it with, or you could say it with,
Which doesn't make any sense. Nowhere is spelled with a K.
It's a good thing I added that.
is it?
The chapter is in
That's in wait, no. That's in Guardians of the Galaxy, isn't it?
Yes. Sorry, I'm getting
Who said
No,
that?
as in
I know.
I know that you are wrong, sir.
We could say NW could have been Norman Wisdom or not wasted.
Thomas tried to screw up on live streams. Just gets out of control.
Oh. Anyways, let's go with my next question for you. Since we've been discussing the railway series for a long period of time already, that's nearly half an hour now. Do you have any earlier memories of Thomas and Friends since you were children? Let's start with Scott.
Sorry, what was that?
You
You
have any-
weren't paying attention, were you?
You
Have you got any early memories of Thomas the Tank Engine being
earliest memory?
Well, the classic theme I remembered.
Right there. Earliest memories.
Well, the earliest memories I remember is when I had my first Thomas video. It was The Deputation and Other Stories, and that video is sort of special because my nan got it for me when I was a little boy.
The red
Yes,
one
so,
from Green Legend.
Pardon? So I was like,
Are you
yeah, so my
referring
nan
to
got me
the
that.
red one from Screen Legends or
Oh,
TikTok
yeah,
video?
yes. That one, the red covered one with Edward on the cover. Yeah, so that was the one that was the first video I had.
That's the one I was talking about.
Yeah, then I had a few other ones. Didn't have the whole set, but I had a couple of others. But here's a good memory. Well, it's a bit of a it was well, it was a bit of a funny day. Well, my first ever day out with Thomas was in Norfolk. I was about 3 years old. It was just I saw Thomas coming in the station platform at Sheringham. He was just about to go, and then suddenly I felt a sting on me down there, and it was a wasp. It stung me. So we had so we went somewhere to get the wasp spray, and they took it off. And then when we got back there, Thomas was gone. I didn't like that at all. But so I do tell you who I did see during that time. I saw Percy and the Fat Controller.
Oh, fair enough. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's not the worst encounter I can imagine with the wasp. I've had a worse encounter with the wasp anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. But but you know, you can't get to see everything these days, can you?
That is true.
But
Yeah.
yeah. So, but the good Thomas memory. I've got one good. Well, sorry, let me try that again. I've got one more good Thomas memory, and I wasn't a child then. I was like in my late teens. It was mine and Rob's first ever day out with Thomas in 2003, and that was at the East Anglia Mirror Museum.
Oh, that must have been special.
It was, yeah. I was, well, you know, my mum and my sister were in Florida with other family members, and it was just me and my dad. So he took me and Ross to see Thomas and Toby and Percy at the East Anglian Mirror Museum.
I
That was
remember
2003. Yeah, do you remember that, Ross?
Yeah,
That was like a good memory.
there was
Go
an
on.
entity called Jeffrey that in one of the sightings as well.
Yeah, but that's now down below, just all black now.
Yeah.
But that was a very good memory for me and Ross, because me and Ross, we're like Thomas and Percy, best friends, but we've been best friends for nearly 20 years.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
I can't
Yeah,
imagine.
absolutely.
I actually can't claim to have had a friendship for that long a time, I must say.
Yeah, we were talking about earlier memories of Thomas. Did you fit with that stuff? Or we can move on to someone else?
Yeah, I'm done now. You can do someone else.
Okay. Since Ross is next to you, let's do with it.
Earliest memory. Well, I've got two I'd like to bring up, if that's okay.
Okay.
One time was when I was like when I was really younger. This is like in the early 90s. My mum took me to like a place where it was like a play school thing. It wasn't a school building. It was like someone's house. It was like a daycare centre place. We were there for a while, and I can remember me and the other youngsters. We were sitting in front of the TV, and there was this video that was playing. It had a load of compilation episodes from different shows like Thomas, Tots TV, and other shows. And the episode I remember in particular, the Thomas episode they showed on that video was Escape.
I used to have that video. Yes, I know what you're on about.
And then the episode after that was a Tots TV episode where Tom kept sneezing.
I see that. I remember seeing
The hiccups.
Yeah, I can't remember the other ones on there.
The Rosie Jim one had music. Talk about music.
Oh, yeah, you mean that where they play in the music place in which John tries to find some place for some peace and quiet and stuff? I mean,
Yeah,
John,
that's it. Yeah, that's it.
Ultimania. I think that's one.
Anyway, carry on, Ross. Continue.
Okay, the second one I'm going to bring up is this was Christmas 1995. No,
I met Veronica Jenkins was at Drayton Manor several months ago during the VIP premiere of Digs and Discoveries.
Oh, I feel so sorry for her.
I wouldn't. I don't know why, but
Although not to be crude, but when looking into the Audrey family, because all like Christopher and Veronica were born months apart. So I'm just thinking that like the Reverend got busy back in the day.
Yeah.
With Margaret, to be able to have two children, very close to each other. Just good on the Reverend.
So, any more solo quiz questions for the
Yes.
viewers?
Mm-hmm. Actually, I'll be right back. I have to come up with an idea. I had a question. For a while.
Well, while you're thinking about that, I would like to pose a question to the group real quickly. Do you,
Okay, go on then.
what is your favourite Railway series exclusive character? Because there were characters that were never shown in the show. They only stayed in the books. Are there any ones that stand out to you? I think the Mountain Engine stand out to you, John, because that's your favourite book.
That's one. Yeah. I got to think for a minute though.
Yeah,
I'd say Wilbur the Forest Engine.
Yeah, I say Wilbur the Forest Engine as well. But he's a good favourite.
He was named after the Reverend W. Audrey.
Yeah, absolutely. I also do like Bear. For its limited time.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Any questions from the viewers, maybe?
Right, that's just the next pseudo quiz question for the viewers.
You should have written all these questions down on a piece of paper. That way you won't forget which ones there were.
Don't worry, I got it on a notes application on my iPad, so I wouldn't forget. So I had it all packed up. So thank you, Russell. Anyways, I'm ready for the next pseudo quiz question. After a long period of time, since we were just talking about earliest memories and Thomas Terry moments and such. But what the heck? It's celebrations, so why not? What is the original livery for Donald and Douglas that Donald and Douglas have in the books? A, red. B, yellow. C, green. D, black.
So while everybody's doing that, when you guys start talking about Wilbur, I just remembered something.
Okay.
I got this from, I believe it was Daniel Snell.
Who's Daniel Snell?
I remember him.
That was a long time ago since this was a thing.
Oh, wow.
Oh, you got this from Snell?
Yeah, I believe this is from Daniel Snell. I believe this is from him because he was selling it.
He was one of the first people I ever spoke to when I joined up. When I joined up on TV Tome.
Yeah, the buffers here are actually spring.
That's standard on the form J94s.
Yep. I know it. I got this from him. He was, I think I saw it on Facebook. I bought it from him. It was some years ago. It's like when you guys just said that, I was like, oh, I gotta show him. Yeah, and I keep him. He's like one of the most
big mouth.
He is
That's
one of my most. He is one of my most precious prized possession engines. So I always have him wrapped up.
Good idea.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, I have him wrapped up in the bubble wrap that he came in.
Although I must say, I just remembered because I forgot about some of the other Arsdale agents that relate to the series, like Jock and Frank. And I do have a place in my heart for Frank, mainly because I remember after I visited the Brecon Mountain Railway when I was very young, my grandparents got me a Ertel model of Frank, and I loved Frank. And then I lost him, and I was very upset about it. And so,
Oh,
and then I was just going like Frank is in the Railway series. I thought he was
Yeah, but my first exposure to Frank was from Wooden Railway, and I didn't know he was part of that at the time.
The first time I ever heard about Frank was when I read the Jock the New Engine book, and that's where you see a picture of him for the first time.
I think
Yeah.
it was. You mean the illustration? But still, they're technically the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, Dale, can you say that quiz question again? Because I don't think anybody is responding to that.
Oh yeah, you're right. Then that's I realized the confusion. My apologies. It's not valid.
Underlined.
Anyway, hopefully this should be correct.
Daniel, you have caused confusion on July.
That's actually that's not bad, Joe. Well done.
That's a mix between Michael Angelis and Keith Wickham.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, continue. Dan.
Go on, Daniel. Go for it.
Harry. What is the current livery that Donald and Douglas have in the books? A. Red. B. Yellow. C. Green. Or D. Blue. Anyway, so we're on the subject. Do you have a favorite Thomas toy product?
Any favorite Thomas Toy product? Is that what you said?
Yes, you guys there.
That's a good one. Okay.
I've got one straight away.
Yeah.
Ertl, they were my most favourite. The Ertl engines are my favourite toy products.
Okay, good choice. What about you, Scott?
I'd go for the Hornby and Backham ones.
That's pretty neat too. Toby.
Yeah, either the Hornby or the Ertl for me, especially the Hornby, mainly because after they, stopped them basically forever until basically forever, I started trying to collect a lot more of them. And I basically said to myself, if I'm going to commit to this, like get some, stuff to run on my model railway, then I should limit myself. Get a certain amount, these certain characters, and then that's it. And so far, I've only gotten 3. I've got a Hornby Dark, Hornby Thomas, and a Hornby Henry.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt, but we have a new guest here. Hello, Nicholas.
Oh, he's
He's gone.
He's
through.
Well, that was good.
He didn't connect it.
Hey, bucket!
Don't do that.
No, I'm just doing the Monty Python joke.
Was that what, Eric Idle?
It was Terry Jones, Michael Palin, and Graham Chapman. That's the 3-headed giant.
I watched for the first time at uni for Bright for Feature Film module. The Holy Life of Brian. Actually, I prefer the Holy Grail.
I prefer Holy Grail as well. Anyway,
Getting back to the subject, oh no, there's no love for the Wooden Railway. Oh,
I haven't given my answer yet.
okay.
Somebody's got a question here. Someone called Thomas the Boy. Do you remember the episode when Thomas first met Elizabeth? Yes, we do.
Yes, we all do. Hold on, guys. Joel hasn't had a chance to answer the other question yet.
Yeah. We've got some. They have actually given some answers. They mostly say blue.
Which is correct. They do have delivery blue in the book. So well done to the viewers. That's the correct answer.
Yeah, guys, hold on.
Yep.
Well, sorry to interrupt you, but Joel hasn't said his favourite Thomas Python yet.
I know.
So, go ahead, Joel.
Disgusting!
Whenever I see such
a basic display of basic poopery.
Disgraceful play of poopery.
You can't get away with poopery nowadays.
That's mentioned to read out, lovely boys. We're standing around all tea, having a cup of tea.
To be honest, we have to take a break sometimes, Sergeant Major.
Take a break.
I can do Windsor Davis as well, Joel.
Can we get back to the Victoria line question?
It's just a very hot Sergeant Major. Very hot Sergeant Major. Pressure time for your shoe.
Anyway, favorite franchise, my favorite toys, Wooden Railway and Bachman.
You like Wooden Railway.
I grew up with the Erdl trains, but my favorite was strictly Wooden Railway, and then it evolved into Bachman. I still love Gold.
I respect you for that, Joel, but don't let Simon A.C. Martin hear you say that.
Why is that?
Well, I think I don't know the full story, but apparently when talking about railway modelling and someone referenced Wooden Railway, Simon Martin bluntly said to him, like, Wooden Railway is not railway modelling.
Well, technically, Wooden Railway were more or less some toy products of Bachman and Hornby models were technically still technically models. Well, granted, it can work with the models, except
That's right. He said that they're not models.
I mean, the Hornby and Bachman are technically far more than toys, whereas Wooden Railway were basically simpler models.
Yeah. So Simon, if you're watching, which I know you're not, apologies. You're totally entitled to your opinion.
Absolutely.
I've got a question. I've got a question for you guys. Okay, you ready for this? I know we spoke to Thomas about Thomas franchise. What is your favourite Thomas collector's item product?
Collector's item.
Yeah, I've got one. I'll tell you what it is. It's the Hornby 70th anniversary metallic Thomas.
That's a good one.
Okay.
That's one of my favourite collector's items, so I'll stick with that one. So we'll go with Ross.
What's my favourite what?
Thomas collector's item product.
Collector's item product?
Yeah, that's it.
It would have to be the limited edition Ertl Linnaeus, because that was the first limited edition. That's first limited edition Ertl.
Yes, the metallic ones. Yes, good choice there, Ross. Okay, we'll go for Daniel next.
Yes, thank you. These are a couple of limited edition stuff that I got for a collector's item. They're all first editions, by the way.
Yeah.
Nice. They're really good.
I mean, to be fair, Daniel, that's not much of a brag. You're the Thomas connoisseur collector around here, so we can't match your.
Although I doubt that ICF was the newly established Thomas Collectors Club on Twitter by the Grand.
Yes.
Okay, what about you, Toby?
That's an easy one. Although I wouldn't necessarily call it an official collector's item. It's very it's very special to me. It's the complete collection of the first 26 Railway Series books, just titled Thomas the Tank Engine. It's the blue cover with the golden writing on the front. That book's very. It's held together by tape, which I put on years ago, but it means a lot to me because when I was in primary school, I had this teaching assistant, Miss Ferguson, who basically, was assigned to help me out because I was young, autistic, and wasn't very aware as I was today. But she had this Railway Series book, and when I was in year 3, every day, every week at school, she'd read me a new story, and we got to the end of all. We started right from the beginning, and we got through all of them. And although I wanted to start with Mountain Ancient Strangeness, we started in the middle, worked our way to the end, and then started from the beginning and worked our way back to Mountain Ancient, strangely enough. But then, when I left primary school, she gave it to me as a gift.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
That
book means more to me than any model that I've use for my series more than any collectible that I've got. It's very special to me in that Thomas sort of way.
Oh, well, yeah, that'll be an exception. Yeah. Okay. Before we go on to Joel, is that a poster there, Daniel?
Yep, this is technically the poster of the first Thomas UK VHS from Guild Home Video in 1985.
Wow.
I'm guessing that's the episode, that's the video episode which had the first half of the Thomas series 1 episodes.
That's right.
And the first eight. And the first eight.
If my memory serves me, isn't that picture also serves as the cover for like Thomas's ABC book?
No, that picture also the first ever Thomas Annual.
Oh, the first ever.
No. The one I'm thinking is like a character introduction. Oh, for each of them. For Thomas, Edward, Henry, Gordon, James, Percy, Toby, and that picture was used as the cover for a book I have.
I can't remember, but that picture is also that's also the cover of the first ever annual release.
Well, I bought it 5 years ago on eBay, thanks to Adam Stee for the find on Twitter back then. I grabbed it quickly I think at a decent price. I'm this lucky. So I still have the VHS of the exact poster too.
Oh, hey.
Oh, yeah. Did we get any replies in the chat related to that Donald and Douglas question?
Yes, we did. They said
Yeah, all answers blue.
Yes, yes, that
Joel
is
hasn't
correct.
answered his question yet about his favourite Thomas collector's item product.
Oh, of course.
I've got a few here. Firstly, these first two are banks. One is a ceramic Thomas bank, which I found in a secondhand shop with help from Enterprising Engine 93 back in 2018 when he came up here for Sidekick Jason's wedding. We met and we dropped my mom off at a secondhand shop because that's what she liked to do. And then we hung out and then we went back to go check up on her. And he came across the bank and I was like, ooh. Yeah, and it was this ceramic bank shaped as Thomas. And for the life of me, I'm still trying to find it. I know it's somewhere in this house.
So you know him as Isaac, Joe?
Yeah.
Do you think you could ask him if he wants to be in my series?
I don't know. He's got a lot on his plate right now. He's really got a lot on his plate.
Don't we
What
all?
series is that, Toby?
I told you about this. Locomotive British Railways Brighton.
Yeah, we discussed this earlier on, didn't we?
I still want you as a cast member, Daniel. I just need to get around to that story when I need you.
I'll have to check
Also-
this series out because I don't think I've seen it before.
What series is this?
Locomotive British Railways Brighton. It's essentially a dark comedy, Trains with Faces, concept of Thomas and Friends and all that, but takes a more dark grounded spin on it. I made it and filmed it back in 2016 and 2017 and released the final episode in 2018. And there is season 2 on the way. So the first season has been completed. There's 5 episodes in total. There's also 2 shorts to go along with it. It's a full cast, and so it's not just me voicing the characters. I'm not that stupid. So I've got a full cast together, professional job. And there is a season 2 on the way, but being at uni and finishing off my second year of uni, starting my third year, priorities and all that, and breaking into the industry. So, but it's what's got me my subscriber count, and we're quite proud of it. So I think all of you guys would definitely enjoy it. Definitely.
Yeah, we'll give it a go.
Please do, because I do want to know what you guys think of it, especially you, Scott, because I've seen your videos for years, so it'd be nice to know what your thoughts are.
Okay. So what videos of mine have you seen so far?
Oh, I basically watched everything since your Hero of the Rails review.
Oh, really? So it's like over 10 years then.
Yep.
Wow. That's cool.
Have you seen my mini series, Toby?
I mean, because you're Harvey the Crane Engine on YouTube, aren't you?
Yeah, I used to be until that first account got suspended because the video that got me suspended was when me and Scott were working on some Thomas comedy sketch videos, and the video that got me suspended was Something in the Air.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's good.
I played Edward in that series as well as Arthur.
Yes, you did. Yes, I'm still working on season 5 at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think Ross is halfway through it, maybe over.
Yeah, I've completed. Let me see. I've completed episode. I've completed 6 episodes at the moment.
Also,
And I just got to write up. I just got to write up the other 4.
So you're 60% through series 5, which is
Yeah.
really fantastic.
oh yeah, guys, sorry to interrupt, but Jamie Boy 1995, to answer your question, no, Scott is not Steam Team General. It's actually Starbuck now called
I was Starbuck Productions when the Cleveland Studios.
Brian was absolutely miserable for the rest of that week. He was dreading being shoved unceremoniously into the museum and complained endlessly about it, despite Zeke's promise of a speedy overhaul once the works was open again. That, though, was just one thing on top of many others
that he had to complain about to his friends. I just don't understand it. Why has Mr. Smash closed down the works completely for a bit of renovation? The building isn't even that old, is it? Well, we don't really know the structural integrity of the foundations, do we? Bear in mind, Brian, that the whole site used to be the sheds, didn't it? It probably wasn't fully analysed before construction to see if the additional weight of everything in the works would affect the foundations. Check you out with your fancy words. Compartmentalised, dematerialisation, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Either way, it's most likely just some general repairs to the wear and tear of the building. But why just the locomotive works? The carriage and wagon department building isn't being touched. Probably because the carriage and wagon department don't actually do any real work. Funny joke, Dave. You know what? I think there's something else going on in the works. Well, what makes you think that? For one thing, I saw Mr. B and Buzz talking yesterday just outside the works, and when I approached them, they jumped and started raving about work staff only being allowed on site. Then Mr. Smash appeared out of nowhere and shooed me away. No, there's something else going on around here. I can feel it in my boiler. Dave, of course, thought that he knew the real reason why Caraca Smash Limited was closing to outside contract work that year. Clearly, Mr. Smash and his team wanted to finish the DR1202 replica in secret, without any prying eyes potentially seeing it. Dave remained silent as his best friends continued. I'm really going to hate this, guys. Stuck in the museum with nothing to do. Turbo says it wasn't so bad in there. At least it's clean in there, unlike Mayfield sheds. Yeah, someone really needs to stop the rainwater leaking in at the back. And there's a draft coming through. Say, Dave, you spent some time in the museum, didn't you? Dave looked up. Yeah. And, well, how was it really? Not going to lie, it's pretty boring at night, but it depends where they put you. I was at the back for the longest of times, and it was pretty lonely. But when Zeke and Mr. Dark moved me up front, well, at least I could see Hannah. Dave's thoughts flashed to Hannah, who was also, at the present time, stuck in the museum. He hadn't visited her for ages, and in fact, it was such a good point and such a good idea to get out of this awkward conversation that, guys, I'm going to go. Huh? I haven't seen Hannah for ages, and you lot just reminded me that I should go and see her. Better go check up on her, see if she's all right. You'll both do the same for me, right? Of course we will, mate. Don't fret. I'll be back later. And with that, Dave disappeared up the line towards the junction, leaving Brian to continue sulking with Raymond. The museum was just about to close its doors to visitors for the day when Dave arrived. Though the museum staff looked grumpy at this sudden unexpected arrival, they didn't object as Dave approached the open door of the museum, where Hannah stood, smiling. Hello, Dave. Hiya. You all right? I'm very well, all things considered. She gestured at her current surroundings. I feel your pain, love. I remember being stuck in here for ages without proper company. It was a nightmare. It's not so bad up here at the front. At least I get to see out into the yards and watch the others going by, completely forgetting that I exist, whilst they're all having fun. Look, I know it's not great being stuck in here, but at least you're safe. And it won't be forever. You only need an overhaul of your boiler tubes, don't you? Yeah, and some other small things. I mean, it could be worse. Could be Trip. Poor guy. He looked over to where Della Tripp stood. He looked quite lost, but otherwise content. All right, Trip. Trip looked slightly startled, as if coming out of a daze. Oh, hello, Dave. Sorry, I was just thinking about things, trying not to intrude on your conversation with Hannah. You wouldn't have been intruding, Trip. Not at all, mate. How are you doing? Not so bad, thank you. It's been a bit lonely in here, of course. Just me and Hannah within speaking distance. Though, saying that, I did get an unusual visitor a little while ago that quite surprised me. Oh? Who was that then? Trip smiled. Clyde, of all engines. Dave looked puzzled. Why had Clyde visited Trip? And why did Trip seem so happy about it? That is quite strange. I thought you two didn't get along. Well, we didn't. But Clyde came in one night a few months ago and scared me quite a bit. Thought he was here to hand out some more insults. But instead, he apologized to me and tried to make amends. Of course, I accepted, and though we're not quite friends just yet, I'd say that we're at least on pleasant speaking terms. Oh, that's good then. At least once you've been repaired, there won't be such an atmosphere in the sheds again, eh? Absolutely. Other than that, it's not been so bad in here. At least we're still doing something useful for visitors, I suppose. I guess so, yeah. But never mind that. Have you heard? You're not going to be on your own terms for much longer. Oh? Why is that? Brian and Abomination are being withdrawn this week, and they're coming in here. Oh, that's all right then. Some more company for us. Not so much for Brian. I imagine that he's not too happy about it. I know he's keen to work. No, he's pissed as a bear. And I bet he's not happy about Abomination coming in with him. Nope. Well, hopefully they won't cause any arguments. I hope not either, for both of your sakes. Otherwise, it'll be...
All right, Dave. That's about enough now. Well past closing, we have homes to get to.
Ah, sorry. Well, it was nice seeing both of you. I'll see you both another time. Good night, my love. Night, Dave. A few nights later, Stan and Dave had come together and had finally thought of an idea to start tackling Dave's fear of tunnels.
So, do you think that'll work? As a first step, at least.
We can give it a try, but I'm not scared of the dark, Stan.
I know. But my thinking is that if we go up there during the pitch black, you won't know when we approach the tunnel, and might at least be able to go in, or through, without even knowing it.
I'm willing to give it a go, but I'm still not sure.
Any thoughts, Alan?
Dunno, man. Isn't it a bit dangerous to go up there, in the middle of the night, avoiding any use of lights or anything? What if something happens? What if someone's trespassing on the line?
I asked Zeke and the signalman about it. They said it'd be alright for us to do it early tomorrow morning, as long as we were careful, and keep a good lookout. But it's got to be worth a try, right?
I guess so. Oh, what's going on here then? Just then, the yard foreman approached the three engines, looking flustered. What's up, my dude?
Andy's broken down just up the line, and I need someone to go and collect him. You're still operational, Alan, so could you and your driver please go and get him and his train and bring it back here?
Yeah, all right. Guess I don't have much of a choice anyways. Andy's broken down again?
It seems so. Poor guy. Third time this month.
A little while later, the two steam engines watched as Alan eased Andy and his train into the station. After some shunting manoeuvres, Alan had the coaches put away and had brought Andy over to the sheds. He looked very irritated as he was backed into the sheds.
You okay there, Andy? No, not really, my dude. Overheated again.
Ouch.
It's all driver's fault. He was deliberately ragging me on the climbs out of Ackley and Gallant Junction, and with a heavy load to boot. I've told the society to take it easy on me, but they don't listen. Just happy to play trains. Yikes. Surely they realise they're doing more bad than good. Yeah, I'll be alright. Once I've cooled down a bit, I'll see if someone from the society can have a look at me in the morning and diagnose the problem. I just hope it's something they can fix themselves, seeing as Mr. Smash's works is a no-fly zone right now.
Yeah, that's a bit of an inconvenience. All of us having to try not to bust a nut and break down.
Bust a nut. Alan, do you realise what you just said, right?
What's wrong with that? If we bust a nut, we can't. Stop laughing! You know what I mean. We're all having to be extra careful so as not to properly break something, seeing as we don't know how long the works will be closed for.
Yeah, we know, mate. Sorry. Well, anyways, what be the haps, other than my stupid, incompetent driver? Well, me and Dave are going to try something to help him conquer his tunnel phobia. Ooh, what's that then?
So, Stan and Dave explained their plan to Andy.
Well, yeah, that could be worth a shout, I'd say. As long as you take it easy and don't force it.
Don't worry, we won't. It's not like I've never been through a tunnel before. It's just these subconscious thoughts that are preventing me.
Don't fret, Dave. We'll give it a shot early in the morning whilst it's still dark out. But for now, well, we'd better get some sleep before our firelighters come.
And with that, the 4 engines slowly drifted off to sleep. Several hours later, in the early hours, Dave and Stan's fires were lit, and their crews came to take them up to the tunnel. Knowing how important this exercise was to the 2 engines, they didn't complain about it, and soon they were ready.
Bye, Dave. Bye, Stan. Good luck.
Andy bade them farewell as they left the yard, with Dave leading and Stan coupled up behind as they slowly made their way towards Colhapper Tunnel. The 2 engines had soon reached the disused halt at Colhapper West, where they stopped to allow the level crossing gates to be closed. Once done, Dave and Stan inched forwards again as they approached the mouth of the tunnel. Stan continued to whisper encouragement to Dave.
Right. Remember, Dave, focus on something else. Anything else. And don't think about anything bad, just like you did last time. Just think about how great it's going to be able to come up and visit my magnificent island nation.
Oh yeah, that'll be fun, won't it?
Exactly. Just keep thinking about that. You remember the docks at Retworth, right? All the big ocean liners and the cargo ships.
I remember.
And the mountain road, of course.
Yeah, I remember that time we double-headed over that line.
Yeah, and the scenery, of course. Remember that?
There were some fantastic views, weren't there?
There was. And if you can tackle those mountain inclines, you can tackle this. You're doing really well.
Despite this positive talk, though, Dave was starting to get nervous. He wasn't scared of the dark, of course, but more so of the claustrophobic atmosphere of the tunnel environment. He could feel the gradient rising and remembered that the tunnel was on this particular incline. Without realizing it, his brakes began to slip on. He tried to stop it, but he couldn't, and Stan noticed.
Are you okay, Dave?
No, I don't think I can do it this time. I could feel the tunnel approaching through the rails. This was enough for Stan to stop the experiment. The 2 engines slowed to a crawl and stopped inches from the tunnel portal. Despite Dave feeling rather humiliated by his own psyche, Stan was impressed.
Mate, you've done so well for the first time trying this. I didn't think you'd go beyond the level crossing.
You think so?
I know so. To get right up to the tunnel mouth on your first attempt. If that isn't progress, then I don't know what is. Come on now. Easy does it. We'll head back and try again another time and...
No. Can we just give me a minute or so? Now that I'm here, I want to try and at least stick my smoke box inside.
Alright. Remember, I'm right here. If you need me to, I'll pull you back, alright?
Alright. Dave stood there for 10 minutes or so, hesitantly inching forwards, then backwards again, clearly trying to muster up some courage. Eventually, though, the horizon began to lighten as the sun began to rise. Dave looked glumly at the tunnel as its features slowly became more visible. I'm not sure I'll be able to do it now, Stan. The moment's gone. I'm so sorry.
Nonsense. I could feel you trying to go in. This is amazing progress. It really is. Honestly, well done, Dave. At least you're showing willingness to try and come to grips with your fear. I think it's about time we headed back, don't you?
Dave said nothing. He was this close to the tunnel, but no matter what he tried, he could feel himself unable to proceed. With a heavy sigh, he allowed Stan to lead him away from the sea, determined to do better the next time he came up to the tunnel. Dave continued to worry about his progress for a while afterwards, and though he received words of encouragement from his friends, he still felt that he had let himself down in some way, despite evidence to the contrary. But then, something happened one night that made him forget all about the tunnel situation. He had returned to Meercombe Sheds, hoping for a peaceful night's rest after spending the last few hours of his shift on stocking services. However, there was soon a stir among the others as an engine came backing into the sheds. Dave looked over and thought he recognized the engine. Is that Colossus? It was indeed Colossus, but something about him had caught everybody off guard. For one thing, the big freight engine had been absent for several weeks, having been the last engine allowed into Mr. Smash's works before it closed down for renovations. The other thing was that as he got closer, Dave could see that he no longer had his British Railways number of 49450 painted on his cab side, but instead a large red cast plate was now bolted there, and this was what was causing such alarm among the other engines present. Colossus stopped as the others gaped at him. He looked quite surprised. "Hello, everyone. What's wrong?" "Colossus, you've been repainted." "Indeed I have." "And your number?" "Yes. What about it?"
13. That's unlucky, that is.
"What on earth are you talking about?"
The number 13 is considered unlucky in many cultures.
"Don't be ridiculous, warrior. That's just superstition." "But some say that 13 really is a cursed number. Wasn't there some story about an engine whose individual numbers totaled 13 and he died in an absolutely horrific way? Look, the number isn't cursed. This is the number I had carried ever since I was first built, and nothing out of the ordinary happened to me as a result of it. On the contrary, I only actually carried my LNWR number for a few months before being renumbered, and probably so the LMS could avoid having to have that accursed number on one of their locomotives. Absolutely not the case. It was because my class was renumbered into a more logical, consecutive sequence due to the haphazard way the LNWR allocated their numbers. Well, rather you than me, though. I'd hate to have that number. I've always known it to be associated with the occult. That's what my old driver used to say. There is nothing wrong with the number 13. But there is. Why do you think hotels don't have a 13th floor?
Or why you should never have exactly 13 guests at parties.
There's even a real condition linked to it. Trichophetic. No, it's pronounced triskaidekaphobia 257. Honestly, you're all completely wrong. Listen to me. But a thought had just crossed Colossus's mind as he saw the looks that the other engines were giving him. Full of fear and uncertainty. Clearly, his friends were a very superstitious bunch, and this had given Colossus a wicked idea. An idea that would, hopefully, stop them going on about his number. I do have a secret, lads. Listen up. The other engines held their breaths. Now, nothing bad, per se, ever happened to me, of course, whilst I carried this number before. However, as for others who took particular interest in my number, well, some misfortunes did befall them from time to time. He could see that the others were worried and getting uncomfortable. The perfect time to... well, you know what? It's been a long day. Guess I'd better get some rest. Good night, everyone. And with that, Colossus reversed deeper into the shed, smiling to himself as the others began talking.
You don't think that's true, do you?
He's probably just pulling our wheels. I hope he's just pulling our wheels. I can't afford for anything unlucky to happen to me right now. Dave's thoughts flashed back to his tunnel phobia, and his worry heightened. He felt silent as Warrior spoke up.
If Colossus says that the other engines have bad luck because they merely mentioned his number, then it must be true. He wouldn't have tried to dissuade us from talking about it if it wasn't.
I've heard stories before about engines who have had their number as part of their allocated British Railways numbers, and it drove them crazy, with bad things happening to them all the time. Guys, I think we'd better be careful tomorrow. Best to err on the side of caution regardless. But still, perhaps Warrior's right. Perhaps the curse is true. The engines slowly tried to turn their thoughts in other directions as the yards got darker. But none of them slept particularly well that night, worried about the alleged curse of the number 13. Next morning, Colossus awoke bright and cheerful as the other engines groggily got ready for work. He didn't say anything as he left the yard, happy that the others hadn't mentioned anything to him as he went to collect his train. However, what Colossus didn't know is that his words would have more of an effect on the engines than he had initially thought. The first thing happened just before Warrior's first passenger train. The Western had shunted himself into the sidings near the station as Ryan struggled in with his coaches. Warrior was trying to reassure himself.
Maybe it's all just superstition. Maybe there really isn't anything wrong with 13.
But as he said the word 13, Ryan gave a groan and stopped.
Ryan, you okay?
No, I think my traction motors have tripped. Worryingly, Ryan had stopped staggered on the point in front of Warrior, meaning that he couldn't even come off of the siding to help.
Don't worry, Ryan. I'm sure it'll be all right.
I don't think so. I don't feel too good. Not sure how long it's going to be until I can get going again. Now Warrior was really concerned. This had happened as he had thought about Colossus's number again. Could the curse really be true? No sooner had he thought this than another strange thing happened. Warrior had been idling at the time, but all of a sudden his engine stopped.
Oh, what was that?
Sorry, Warrior, there was a surge in one of your cylinder banks, so I've had to shut down your engines temporarily. You'll be right soon, old boy.
Warrior said nothing, as he and Ryan both stood helplessly at the station entrance, both trying not to think about the reasons why this could have happened to them. Eventually, Ryan was able to move again after some checks from his driver, and Warrior was soon started up again. Neither of them said a word to each other as Ryan stopped at the far end of the platform, and Warrior connected to the front of the train and pulled away carefully, determined to think about anything other than Colossus for the rest of the day. Through the grapevine, Clyde had heard about the incident with Warrior and Ryan and was trying his hardest not to think about Colossus nor his number. However, when he arrived at Gannon Junction later that afternoon, he saw Colossus rolling through with a goods train. He whistled happily as he passed through. "All right, Clyde."
Aye, not too bad, Colossus.
Colossus whistled again as he disappeared from sight. No sooner had he gone than his guard blew his whistle, indicating that Clyde was ready to depart. However, there was a problem.
Sorry, everyone, I can't go yet. My signal's at danger.
And it was. But Clyde couldn't work out why this would be until he scanned the rails ahead of him and saw that the points were against him.
Typical.
He whistled loudly to get the attention of the signalman, but the signal remained at danger. His driver, concerned, decided to walk down to the signal box and find out what was going on. Clyde's fireman was concerned.
Shouldn't really be a reason why we're stopped here.
Perhaps there's a problem with the points. Of course, that would happen when I see Colossus, wouldn't it?
You're not still on about that story, are you?
Look what happened to Warrior and Ryan this morning. Now it seems even just seeing Colossus is going to cause bad luck, and...
But his fireman interrupted him.
Clyde, stop stressing about it. You've caused your left-hand injector to Caesar.
I'm not stressed. I'm just...
Oh, great. Now you've gone and done it. Your other injector is jammed too.
Oh, God, no. That means...
I'm going to have to dampen down your fire. We don't want you to run dry, do we?
No, we don't.
Just as he said this, the points ahead of him changed, and his driver returned.
Seems the signalman forgot to change the points back after a shunting move on the previous train. Kyle, what are you doing?
I'm dampening his fire, Brad. Both his injectors have failed. We're going to have to fail him.
Bloody fantastic. I knew it. I knew that something like this would happen.
His driver and fireman said nothing as they worked to control his fire. As they did so, Clyde could see that an engine was approaching on the upline. It was 257 Squadron, and he didn't look too happy as he approached the station. Clyde could hear him cursing as he approached. Knew it was a bad omen to follow on after Colossus.
What's happened to you, 257?
Fucking ejector's failing. My brakes are dragging on. They're taking me off the train here and sending for help.
I hope they're sending 2 engines to help. I failed too, with both injectors.
257 couldn't go any further and stopped next to Clyde. The curse of Colossus strikes again, it seems. Clyde couldn't help but chuckle, and 257 couldn't help himself either. The 2 engines hadn't talked much since their argument the previous year with Warrior, but they found it rather ironic that the supposed source of their current situation was the very engine that they had butted smoke boxes over. I saw him at Coapa just a few minutes ago. I saw his number plate again. I bet that's what caused this.
Aye, he just came through here. I saw it too, and then this happened.
So it's got to be true then?
It's got to be.
The 2 locomotive crews rolled their eyes as the 2 engines continued to gossip, much to the anger of the currently stranded passengers. Raymond and Andy were soon on the scene at Gannon Junction to help out. Both Clyde and 257 were placed in the siding next to Platform 1 as the 2 diesels took their trains onwards. Dave arrived a short time later to bring his failed friends home. He had expected them both to be arguing with each other, as had been the case previously, but he was stunned to hear that they were laughing and joking like old friends. Sorry to break up the romantic date, boys.
We were just passing the time before someone came to rescue us.
What happened? My ejector pumps failed.
And both of my injectors have stopped working. What an embarrassment.
Any ideas what caused it?
Probably Colossus and his unlucky number.
Ah, right. I haven't given it a thought all day, but now you mention it, it is a little bit strange that this happens right after... Hey, hold on a moment. Clyde and 257 looked at each other. What? My reverser. It's jammed. Dave tried to move his reverser, but it wouldn't budge. The driver reassured the engines. I'm afraid it is, but it's okay. It's set to the correct direction of travel. We'll just have to take it easy on the way back to Mirku and hope that we can fix it there. Dave, 257, and Clyde said nothing at all. The cavalcade set off, feeling rather frightened as they moved off up the line, desperately trying not to think about their good old friend Colossus as they went. Upon their return to Mirku, they saw that Eustace was also in the sheds, seemingly looking worse for wear, along with Warrior and Ryan, who were comforting him. Eustace, what's wrong, brother? It's all true. Colossus was right. His number is cursed. I was bringing in the local earlier this afternoon, and I saw Colossus at the coal stage. Once I got to the platform, I went over to the turntable, and my driver went to bring me off, but my tender's handbrakes wouldn't come off, so they failed me too.
Just what are we going to do?
We've all failed today. We've got to convince Colossus to change his number back. And sharpish. I agree.
It's the only way to break the curse.
Curse? What curse? Colossus rolled into the sheds, looking quite concerned as the engines glared angrily at him.
Colossus, your number's been causing all sorts of trouble for us today.
My traction motors blew this morning when I heard Warrior mention your number.
When I saw you earlier, my injectors failed.
You called my ejector pump to go, and my bloody reverser. Your number really is cursed, Colossus. You were right. It doesn't affect you. It affects others.
Please, Colossus, ask Steve to change it back.
Colossus looked perplexed. You've all gone mad. There is no curse surrounding my number. I made it all up to stop you lot badgering me about it.
But what about my engine stopping?
And my handbrakes? And my bloody reverser? You lot are too superstitious, that's what. You have all, most likely, been worrying so much about what I said last night that when you thought about my number, or said anything about it, or seen me, you frightened yourselves into failure. I'm really sorry that I have inadvertently caused this, but I never intended for any of you to actually believe what I said. Never mind be so convinced of a curse that you subconsciously let it become true. I suggest that you all rest up, get looked at in the morning, and most importantly, remember a valuable lesson about today's event. Oh yeah? What's that then? Don't bug me about my number again. Or next time, it might be far, far worse. Colossus chuckled to himself as he backed into the sheds, not noticing the nervous glances the others giving each other as he went.
free and free and free and free, free and free and free, free and free and free and free and free.
That's right. TurboTax Free Edition is free. See details at turbotax.com.
Attention all model train enthusiasts. Now there's another online marketplace to buy and sell your model.
Several weeks after the incident with Clyde, Zeke came to check in on Colossus, who had been working tirelessly to keep trains moving as the other engines continued to suffer with minor problems due to the low-grade coal. How are things, Colossus? Well, apart from some initial hiccups with some of the engines, everything's going pretty smoothly, sir. What kind of hiccups? Oh, just Clyde not liking my dirty state, that's all. But we've settled our differences now. Ah, yes, I've heard that Clyde has been getting a bit aggressive again. It's no bother, sir. I've also spoken to him about his feeling towards Della Trip, the Southern 460 you have. Trip? Yeah. I'd heard that the two of them weren't getting along very well when in service together, but I didn't want to intervene. Not really your place to either, sir. It's a locomotive matter, and I think Clyde has realised that his attitude hasn't been the best, and he wants to make up for it. That's a relief. I wasn't too keen to have to reprimand anybody at the moment, especially as tempers are running high regarding the coal situation, which, thankfully, is at an end. So, I gather that means that you've managed to source some better grade coal then? I have indeed. Now that the strikes are over, I can now order in some nice calorific coal for you all. Nice. As for you, Colossus, your work has been exceptional since you began running again. You saved my bacon during the pandemic, and I'm incredibly grateful for it. Because of this, I'm going to get you out of service again soon, so you can fix those steam leaks and get you repainted out. Oh, don't worry about that, sir. I'm happy to continue working for the time being. Paint isn't the be all and end all, as I've proven during my initial time in service. It's more important that we keep the railway working in these times, so I'll continue to operate until we have enough motor power and spare time to dedicate to repaint. Leaving most respectfully, the heavy freight engine moved off, taking it further.
The winner's call. With my resource.
Feeling relieved to have an engine like Colossus working for him now.
New Superblends Plus vitamins. Twinings. Drinking life.
Colossus didn't have to wait too long before he could have his rest and maintenance. As the cold weather began to set in again, two engines emerged from Caracas Smash Limited, Eddie and Turbo. On his first turn back in service, Turbo showed everybody just what a good job Mr. Smash had done on him by hauling a slightly longer train than usual all the way up the line in record time and without any problems at all. After working incredibly hard all day, Turbo retired to Kohaku Sheds that night in high spirits. How did it feel to be back then, Turbo? Fantastic. I've never felt better.
Sounds like Mr. Smash did a bang-up job on your restoration.
Oh, he did. He's not exactly used to diesel overhauls, but he took an apprentice on who has experience with brush traction. And between them, they fixed me all up. Even sorted out my exhaust manifolds. Does that mean you won't choke us all up in the sheds every time we start up now? Yeah? I've gotten a much cleaner exhaust system now. I don't think it's been this clean since the day I was built.
Brilliant stuff. That means we have a full complement of diesels again. Andy will be pleased. He can finally have a proper day off.
That's good then. Glad to be of assistance. Eddie returned to service a week after Turbo, owing to a few last-minute problems that needed rectifying. He felt incredibly excited to be back in steam again after such a long time, and was keen to get back to it and see what had changed around the railway since his exile into the museum. Everyone was pleased to see Eddie happily pottering around the railway on a variety of different jobs. None so more than Mr. Chairman. It was no secret that the chairman had a love for all things Great Western, and seeing the College 2251 operating again gave him a dastardly idea, one in which he shared with Goose one evening.
Goose?
Oh, God. What is it now?
Nothing bad. I just wanted to compliment you on your hard work over the last year. I know it's been difficult having to deal with the less than desirable coal situation and all that.
You're after something.
Me after something? My dear boy, I just paid you a compliment.
Which will be immediately followed by...
Goose, I'd like you to help me with something.
There it is.
You cannot fail to have noticed that there's another engine back in service on the railway.
Is it that Colic Goods?
That's the one. Now, I've been watching over the past few days, and he seems like the excellent little machine. So excellent, in fact, that it'd be quite advantageous if we could...
Goose looked confused.
On our side? What do you mean?
I mean, he would be an excellent addition to our own fleet, as part of the society, you know.
Oh, I see what you mean, yeah. Can't we just ask him to help us out?
I'm afraid it's not that simple. You see, ever since the incident with Mr. B in the viaduct, the Dark Railway's own engines are rather reluctant to help us. I've asked Hannah about it before, her unfortunate withdrawal, but she flat out refused to help us. Andy's been doing most of our services, and he's getting... You've done a great job too, but we need another steam engine to help us with the day-to-day operations.
I'd talk to him myself, but I don't think it would come across very well coming from a stuffy authorities figure like myself. What I would like, Goose, is for you to speak to him, get to know him, and convince him to help DRPS.
I mean, I could try.
That would be most appreciated, Goose.
Right, guess I'd better go find him then.
Goose soon arrived at the junction, where Eddie was stood on the loop line near platform 1, waiting to proceed up the line with some goods wagons from the works. Goose rolled up alongside him before realizing, too late, that he had met this engine before.
Will you? Watch it, will you? Keep bumping those vans and I'll bump you right off the rails. There's valuable goods in there is. And if you keep smashing them around, the clients won't be pleased.
What are you? My boss? No, you're a grotty little panny attack with too much time on his buttons. Standing around here all day, telling us mainline engines what to do?
You mean like that tank engine you hang around with all the time? He tells you what to do, doesn't he?
Maxon is my friend.
Maxon is a fucking dickhead. He's got a shit accent, he's unpleasant to talk to, and he orders you around all the time. Open your eyes, man. Beat the system.
I don't have time for this. Got wagons to drop off. See ya.
Oi, what did I tell you about those vans?
Leave me alone, bossy britches.
Bossy britches, indeed. I'll show you some manners one day, sunshine.
Eddie noticed that Goose had sidled up alongside him and was very surprised. You?
You!
You!
You! Hi.
Goose? Is that you? What are you doing here?
I work here, innit?
You work here on the Dark Railway as well?
What a coinkydink, eh? I haven't seen you since...
1959.
Yeah, man. How are things? Still hanging around with that Maxon fellow?
He died.
Oh, that's that. Never mind. Anyway, so, I was wondering...
Same old Goose then. Selfish, arrogant, bossy and uncaring of other engines and their feelings, I see.
Oh, no, man. You see, I'm just direct. I don't believe in sugarcoating anything. So, I just wanted to have a quick catch-up with you. And to apologise for...
Look, Goose, I have no interest in making amends with you, especially after you treated me back at Grenfell.
I have no idea what you...
My line's clear. I'd better go.
But Eddie, my friend, wait.
But Eddie didn't wait. He steamed away before Goose could get another word in edgeways. So the next day, Goose told Mr. Chairman about his encounter the previous night. But instead of being sympathetic, Chairman looked rather cross.
Goose, I'm going to have to ask you to try again.
But, sir, I know him from years ago. He hates my guts, and I actually hate his.
Well, you're just going to have to get over yourself. I could really do with an engine like Eddie helping us out. So you're going to have to keep at it, and please, get him to help us out.
What if I can?
Just order little order trains that you enjoy so much.
The auto trains between Walschurch, Axley and Soma.
Let's just say, if you can't get Eddie on side, then we might not be able to afford to run those services. I might have to relegate you to, I don't know, carriage heating duties perhaps?
Goose looked terrified. Carriage heating was about the most boring job you could ask for. He gulped before speaking again.
Oh, right, sir. I'll give it my best shot.
Goose scampered away as quickly as he could. Unfortunately, Goose couldn't get a moment to speak with Eddie, despite his increasingly desperate attempts. Panicking that Mr. Chairman would go through with his threat of taking away his job, he had no choice but to confront Eddie in the yard one morning by blocking his path out onto the line. What is your problem? Didn't you boss me around enough in the past? I already told you I don't want to speak to you and I don't want to be your friend.
But, Eddie, seriously, it's absolutely imperative that you do.
Why? I said it because you don't have any friends.
Oh, no, I've got friends. It's just.
Just what?
It's. Oh, man, okay. So, you know the DRPS?
Yeah, you work for them, right?
Well, Mr. Chairman is nuts for the Great Western, right? And he wants you to come along and help the society with their jobs.
Look, I have virtually no interest in what the DRPS does, and I've got no inclination to help them after what happened at Soma.
No, you have to help us, man. Please, if you don't, then Mr. Chairman's going to take away my jobs.
Ah, I see. So it's for a completely selfish reason that you're trying to apologise to me. Not through sincerity, but because you're afraid of losing your job.
Yeah. Wait, no, man. I genuinely do want to say sorry for treating you like a dick in the past as well, but please, you know how much I like to work. You know how much laziness drives me mad. Please, Eddie, help me.
Eddie looked down at the pannier tank's pleading expression and couldn't help feel sorry for him. Okay, Goose, tell you what. I'll give you guys some help from time to time, alright? But
what?
But that doesn't mean we're friends, okay? I stand by the Dark Railway and Zeke. After hearing what he is like, I wouldn't want to work for Chairman full time, especially if he treats his engines like this, threatening them into doing his own dirty work.
I know, it's really unfair.
Like I said, I'll give you guys some assistance, the odd train here and there, but I'm not going to become part of the society, no matter how much Mr. Chairman begs.
Can't say I blame you. If I could get out, I would. Honestly, it's like a slave labour camp under the DRPS. I'd much rather operate under Zeke. He seems like a nice enough guy. At least he cares about his engines. Look at how Colossus has done since being back in service. He's a great chap, and he always speaks most highly of Zeke.
Yeah, Colossus is great, and so is Zeke.
Look, man, I'm sorry for cornering you like this. I really am. I just don't want to lose my job, you know?
I can understand that, yeah.
And I'm sorry to hear about Maxon's demise. I know I didn't like the guy, but he was your friend, and I should have been more sympathetic.
Don't worry about it, Goose. Honestly, I realised what a bad engine he was in the end, and I got myself some new, better friends here, until one of them, well, his thoughts flashed back to Colin for a moment, but before he could continue, Goose had started to move out of the way.
Sorry, Eddie. I'll let you get on with your jobs. And I'll let Chairman know that you might try and help us if you can. It's a shame you can't actually be friends, though. You seem a lot cooler now than back in the figures.
Well, never say never. If it turns out that you've genuinely turned over a new leaf, who knows? And with that, Eddie steamed away, leaving Goose to potter around the yard, hoping that Eddie would keep his word. In the end, Eddie did indeed speak to Mr. Chairman and volunteered to help the society from time to time, but on his own terms. Though slightly dismayed, Mr. Chairman accepted this, calling upon Eddie to assist them on the odd occasion. Sometimes he'd help with demonstration goods trains from the quarry, or else he'd top and tail longer trains up to Belgrave Station with Goose or Andy. Overall, though, he continued to be resistant to Mr. Chairman's attempts to convince him to fully join the DRPS, considering that, in his eyes, Goose had been put in a very tough situation, a position that he would not wish to see himself in the future. With Eddie plus Turbo back in action, the railway was once again back to a reasonable state regarding motive power. Now that regular coal had returned to the coal stages, the steam engines were working properly again, and things, for the time being, were stable. However, the railway was about to get an unexpected bonus. Mr. Smash had been working overtime to get Buck and Hammond operational again for their owners, and had requested of Lord Dexby, Hammond's owner, and Mr. Stark, Buck's owner, that their two engines should be run in over the Dark Railway for a few weeks to ascertain if there were any problems with them that would require any extra work. Secretly, though, Mr. Smash wanted them out of the way so that he could continue working on the railway's brand new engine, CR1202, and required the workshops to be empty before he could push onwards with this monumental task in secrecy. The two interlopers were brought outside the works one sunny morning, assisted by Mr. B and Buzz, who stood chatting idly to them as they slowly made steam.
So, how long do you two think you'll be here for then? Not long, I don't think anyways. Well, with the way things are going around here, I give you 2 days.
Don't be such a negative Nancy, Mr. B. The railway sure could use your help. Buck would make a great stand-in for Hannah for a while, and Harold, I'm sure, would be most handy on the line's smaller trains.
I probably would, but I don't want to stay too long.
Why not?
I don't want to sound selfish, but I want to go home. Nothing against your railway, it's just I want to see my friends and family again.
Same here. Besides, I'm worried.
Worried? About what?
Well, what if your other engines don't like me? I'm not the easiest engine to get on with. And worse still, your railway doesn't have much in the way of freight runs, does it? Nope. It's primarily passenger-oriented.
Shit. Oh, don't tell me. You prefer freight trains too?
I do, but every time I take a passenger train, something inevitably goes wrong. That's why Mr. Starr usually reserves me for slow goods trains back home. I don't like going fast very often these days.
I wouldn't be concerned about that. The railway speed limit is 30 miles an hour under light railway orders.
Buck felt slightly better after hearing this, and the four engines continued to chat for a while longer. Before Mr. Smash scolded Buzz for not helping in the works, and Mr. Chairman spotted Mr. B, who ran away quickly to avoid his wrath. That night, Buck and Hammond were welcomed into the temporary fleet by the other engines at Mirku, where chaos soon erupted, as everybody volleyed for attention as they asked the two strangers questions, hardly waiting for an answer before asking another. The pair of them were utterly exhausted by the next morning when their work stints on the Dark Railway began. Buck quickly let the others know that his intentions were simple: avoid passenger trains at all costs. This suited some of the engines, such as Clyde, Eustace, and Warrior, who preferred their passenger trains anyway and were eager to swap duties with Buck. Unfortunately, Zeke cottoned onto this and came to ask Buck what was up.
Nothing's up, sir. I don't like passenger trains.
You remind me of Barry.
Who?
One of Mr. Smash's engines. He's been away for a while, and he doesn't like passenger trains either. Unfortunately, Buck, I do have to ask you to take one this afternoon for me, please.
Oh man, but I already promised that little pannier tank that I'd do his permanent way jobs later.
But you're far too large and heavy for permanent way work.
Are you saying that I'm overweight or incapable of such jobs?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, that's all right then, isn't it?
Please, Buck. Your owner told me that you're willing to help me for a while, and today I need your help desperately. You see, Clyde, our other 460, is having some work done this afternoon. One of his injectors has failed, and I need you to take his train for me, please.
Clyde, that weird Caledonian engine. It's a bit suspicious if you ask me. I'm sure none of the Pickersgill 191 class survived into preservation, and his claims on being an experimental engine don't ring true to me either.
Zeke was both impressed and slightly unamused by Buck's apparent random knowledge of Caledonian railway engines, and quickly tried to change the subject. So, will you do it? If you pull this train well, I'll put in a good word with your owner for when you go home. Who knows? Maybe you'll enjoy a good passenger run. Buck perked up.
Ooh, I could do with a good word about me. Sure then, I'll do it. But I won't be running fast. I hate high speeds and... Where did he go?
Buck made his way down Colhapper later that day, missed that he was being forced to take a passenger train. He was very nervous. The last time he had hauled passengers back on his own railway, he had caused severe delays due to an incident with his coupling rods. However, once he was underway, he felt much better. The rails on this railway were much smoother than those on his own, and because of the stiff gradients, he didn't have to go very fast at all, especially with the stations all being rather close together. He reached Mirkum in good time and turned around ready for the return journey. He thought to himself as he simmered at the front of the train.
That wasn't too bad. Maybe I've just been overreacting. That Smash guy seems to have done a good job on my springs. Perhaps he fixed the rocking issue?
Of course, Buck hadn't told Zeke, nor the other engines, about his secret. The reason that he didn't like running at high speeds was that his front end tended to hunt from side to side due to the power of his pistons and the inherent weaknesses in his front bogie. Thinking that he wouldn't have to worry about this too much, he set off back in the other direction, confident that perhaps his unlucky streak was finally over. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Buck had been fine while climbing the gradients in the up direction, but the down direction was a different story. After he crested the small hill outside of Mansion 4, he coasted down Upway Bank, gaining speed as he did so. The driver, who was speaking to the fireman regarding some personal business, didn't realise that Buck had soon gone above and beyond the line speed limit of 30 miles an hour, and within no time at all, they were doing close to 45. Buck suddenly felt himself wobble.
Hey, numbnuts! Brakes!
The driver, realising the speed, quickly began to apply brakes, but it was too late. Buck was now swaying from side to side as he began to slow down, which was unfortunately made worse by the curve at Upway Station. Once clear of the platform, his front bogey gave way and he derailed at slow speed, stopping just beyond the platform.
Shit.
Zeke was not impressed at all by this latest mishap. The passengers were all fine, but Buck was not. His front end hurt rather a lot, and he was not in the mood to listen to a manager moaning at him. Did this on purpose, just to get out of working a passenger train, didn't you? I knew you didn't want to do it, Buck, but it was one time. I'd have happily let you go back to freight work for a few more days before I sent you home, and I'm prepared to tell Mr. Starr what a good engine you've been. But now look what you've done. You're very lucky that the passengers weren't hurt. Now I'm going to have to get you back into the works and mended again before sending you home. Just what will Mr. Starr say about this?
He'll tell you the same thing I did. Don't put me on passenger trains.
Zeke huffed as he walked away, feeling very cross about yet another incident occurring on his railway. Buck was left where he stood for the time being, with other trains using the up line until he could be derailed. Having given the management a very bad impression, Buck was quickly dispatched back to Character Smash Limited, where his bogey was fixed once again. This time, however, instead of being released back into traffic, Zeke and Mr. Smash decided to send him straight back to the Redwick and Chiltern Hills Railway, not wanting to deal with him any longer or risk another derailment. Hammond, on the other hand, was left relatively undisturbed to do his duties around the line for the loan period. Sure, he wanted to go home and see his own friends dearly, but all the same, was intrigued by the Dark Railway itself and the differences it held compared to his home at the Dexter Railway. After hearing so much about the place, he had been surprised to find that some of the rumours he had heard from his friends were completely untrue. Whether that was down to different management or misinformation, he couldn't determine. But he was enjoying his time on the Dark Railway all the same. Having assisted the Permanent Way Department for a couple of weeks, Hammond was chuffed to discover that he would be helping to operate the railway's extension to Belgrade, which, with his help, now had a proper rundown facility. Though satisfied with this arrangement, he was pulled off this job one day and asked to go to Stone Macquarie to help out there. Things did not go well. Hammond arrived at the quarry to find Fear and Otto deep in conversation. When they saw the old engine approaching, they almost jumped off the rails. Oh my goodness! It's a Dexby engine!
Good, you two can read.
What are you doing here? I thought that we told you not to stay away from our railway.
I was in the museum with you for literally 3 years down at the junction.
Oh, were you now? Well, how come we never saw you?
I was at the back, hidden in the shadows. Always watching. Dexby engines are always watching.
Don't we know it? You guys have been after our secrets for years. Well, you can't have them.
Honestly, I could give 2 hoots about your secrets, guys. Our railways haven't been enemies for a while now. There's no point.
Nobody told us. And as far as we're concerned, you're here to spy on us.
And don't be preposterous. I'm on loan from good faith of our owners, who are trying to build the bridges between our rails.
That's exactly the sort of thing a spy would say to try and gain our trust.
Seriously? I'm just here to help.
We don't need help, especially from a Dexby engine.
Well, I'm here to help for the day anyway, so if you could just tell me what it's doing, I'll be on my way.
Oh, no. You're not doing anything up here. We won't allow it. And hey, don't go over there. Hammond had already had enough of the twin voices and had simply decided to venture over to the quarry itself and find something to do there. For the rest of the day, Hammond shunted quietly, while Fear and Otto watched him, making rude remarks as he went. Hammond tried not to rise to it, but by the end of the afternoon, he had had enough.
Oh, you two pipe down and let me do my work in peace.
Spy! Saboteur! He's a mean blue deceiver!
You two are seriously deranged.
Hammond wasn't concentrating as he began shunting a rake of bright yellow vans back towards some buffers. Mr. Chairman, who was nearby speaking over a visitor's tannoy, looked over as he spoke.
And over here, you can see the equipment that we'll be using to... Haven't you idiot? You're invested in the cost of claims!
Oh.
Don't just run away! Hammond!
Hammond, scared from the loud noise, hastily hurried away, leaving Fear and Otto behind, both still making snide remarks about the little old Dexby engine. This incident, however, didn't dampen Hammond's overall experience of the Dark Railway. The other engines had been pleasant enough, Zeke and Mr. Splash had been very kind, and Hammond had particularly liked the atmosphere of the railway in general. Once his running in was completed, Hammond was taken home, wondering if he would ever come back to the Dark Railway again. All locomotives carry stories. They can be about their work, they can be about their arguments and disagreements with engines and humans alike. They can be about their thoughts, their feelings, of love and loss, of bravery and cowardice. Or they can simply be stories to tell to other engines, to scare and entertain, to inform and discuss. These are the stories of the locomotive fleet of the Dark Railway, of their pasts, their presents, and their uncertain futures.
If you can always pay in cash, you don't need help finding a credit card. If not, there's Credit Karma.
Dave was slumbering at the front of the works one morning when he was rudely awoken by the sound of footsteps nearby. He looked down to see none other than Mr. Dark venturing up to him. Dave grinned. Oh, hello, Mr. Dark. Can I call you Nathaniel? Fuck off, Dave. Oh, sorry, Nathaniel. No offence meant at all, Nathaniel. Will you knock it off? Apologies, Nathaniel. I thought that after a whopping 100 episodes, you'd be comfortable with me calling you Nathaniel. Call me that one more time, and I'll have you scrapped right here, right now. I'm only messing around. Lighten up, man. Oh, wait, you can't, because, funny, because my surname is Dark. From across the works came another familiar voice. Hey, Dad. Zeke hurried over. Hello, son. What's going on then? I've got to speak to you regarding something important. Come on, we'll talk outside. Alone. Hey, I want to know what's going on. The two men walked out of the works without a backward glance at Dave, who huffed softly. Nobody tells me anything. I can't wait to get out of here. Dave soon got his wish. With all of his repair work completed on his wheels and brakes, Dave emerged from the works sporting a brand new, clean coat of dark railway green, as Mr. Smash had promised. When Dave arrived at Meercoombe Sheds, he was shocked to discover a familiar engine simmering in one of the roads. Hey up!
Hey up!
Barry, you're back!
Back? I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't go anywhere.
Barry, you've been gone for several years?
Have I? Oh dear, that's interesting. I must have missed something.
Well, it's nice to see you back anyway. We could really use your help around here.
Ah, well, Barry will always come to help his fan club if needs must. Except for passengers, of course. We've got to go back to the lake.
Dave chuckled as other engines began to fill up the sheds, all just as surprised to find the big, crazy 9F back among their midst. So, Barry, I've got to ask, where's Caracas then? I thought he'd come home with you.
Caracas? Ah, yes, he's decided he wants to stay out on the main line, going rail tolling with those fancy rats in their high towers.
Oh, did you two have a falling out again?
Good heavens, no. He and Caracas are the best of friends now.
Then why is he staying out on the main line?
Because Caracas does what Caracas wants. Besides, he's happy pulling fast trains up and down this lovely island nation of ours. The island of Great Britain, surrounded by horrible green sea, that's the ticket. And working with an old friend of ours, of course.
An old friend? Who is it? Anyone we might know? Barry hesitated for a moment, having been about to mention the Fox. But thankfully, a distraction arrived in the shape of Clyde.
It's nobody you lot know. Hey up then, who's this?
Who's that?
It's me, Barry. I've never seen you before though. And
You, Scotland. What's wrong with Scotland?
One word. Scotland. Why? Just why?
Clyde seemed incredibly confused as he spoke again.
Anyway, and Clyde. Well, that means absolutely nothing to me, does it?
You remember Clyde, don't you? He used to be a diesel engine. He used to visit us all from time to time.
But what? Clyde the Diesel is now Clyde the steamship building in Scotland. How? What? When? Why? Well, you see. Bored now, not interested. Anyways, what a glorious moment this is. I'm back, I'm black, and I'm here to entertain you all once again. Now then, who wants to hear more about my fantastical tales of peril, anxiety, government conspiracies, and cockatrices disguised as poultry whilst I was out on my business trip? And whilst we're at it, where's me welcome back cup of tea and me biscuits then?
Most seemed quite happy to see Barry back on the railway. He soon got back into the swing of things and was quickly introduced to the more recent additions to the fleet, including Colossus and Goose. However, things got confusing one day when Colossus noticed something strange as he arrived into Mirku.
Look, you, I've already made it quite clear that I don't fancy taking passengers today. I've had enough of them laughing at me and saying I know nothing about Pythagoras' theorem. Oh, hey up, it's that colossal fellow. Oi, help us out, would you?
Oh, Barry, you're here? How did you get back here before me?
What's that you say?
I could have sworn that I just saw you down at Gallen Junction.
Me? I haven't been anywhere today. You're going senile in your old age, Grandad.
But I saw you. I saw you outside of the works.
Can't have, can you? I've been right here. And all these station lads can vouch for me. Even the lonely one right at the back there.
Colossus merely stared in confusion. Barry took notice of this and realised that the big old engine was being quite serious.
Okay, so how can I be in two places at once?
I don't know, but I know what I saw.
Well, I'm not going to stand by and listen to this nonsense. Stand back, everyone. I'm off to Mars.
And without a backward glance, Barry steamed away, abandoning the passenger train stood behind him. Colossus sighed, wondering whether he was indeed going mad. Barry steamed all the way down to the junction without stopping, even ignoring the red signal on the way, such was his determination to discover what was going on. When he arrived, he looked all around, but found nothing suspicious at all, let alone his own doppelganger. Deciding that Colossus must indeed be seeing things, he shrugged to himself and headed back up the line. At around the same time as Barry's investigation, Dave had been resting at Colhapper, having been told that he was to remain there for a surprise. Dave didn't particularly like surprises, but waited nonetheless. From the station, he heard a whistle. He looked on as Barry appeared to be backing in towards him. But as the engine got closer, he realised that it wasn't Barry at all. It was, in fact, no way. It can't be. It's never. It's Gary the steam engine. Gary! Gary!
Well, I'll be. It's Dave.
Gary! It's been so long. How are you doing?
Not bad, cheers. It's been a long time.
But what are you doing here?
Well, Dave, I'm sorry to say that I've been very busy being retired.
Oh, so you stopped working?
Hell no. I mean, I finally had my tires turned. I've been out of service for a very long time. But now, thanks to all these newfangled modern technologies, I've been allowed to work again.
So you're moving here then?
Alas, no. My owner is only lending me to the Dark Railway for a little while for some gala. Your manager bloke said there was another engine coming too.
Probably referring to Barry coming home.
Barry?
He's one of Mr. Smash's engines. He's an INF just like you. In fact, when he first arrived, I thought he was you.
Barry? Barry? Is his number 92215?
No, it's 92115.
That's what I meant. Yeah, Barry. He's my ever so slightly older brother. But that's not the other engine, in fact.
Gary looked out back towards the station with Dave as another locomotive came into view. A shape very similar to Dave's was reversing towards them. For a split second, Dave feared that it could be Repulse making a return to the line. But then he saw the cab side number and grinned. Why, fuck me! It's Stanley the Pannier! Stan rolled up next to Dave and Gary, smiling broadly as he stopped.
Hey down, Dave. How's it hanging, bro? And look, it's my old mate Gary too.
Who the fuck are you?
Oh.
I'm only joking, pal. How's the haps then, boys?
Mate, I'm really well. Really happy to have been invited back to the DR, actually.
Not as happy as me.
You're not allowed to be happy, Dave.
Yeah, Dave, you've got to be miserable at all times.
Seriously, I'm so happy to see you guys, especially you, Gary.
Well, what can I say? I'm everyone's favourite.
I'm going to go commit.
No need for that, Stan. I could kill you right here, right now, if you'd prefer. Far more economic.
Excellent. 20 points to that man.
Man, this is so exciting!
What? Me being killed?
That's a bit dark. Even for you, Dave.
Ah, shut it, you. The three engines continued to laugh and joke for a while, before the noise got too much for the station staff, who shooed them away to Mirkin, where they could be as loud as they wanted. When the threesome arrived, Barry was in the middle of an argument.
You're seriously deluded, old-timer. I most certainly was not at the junction. Well, I was, but only after you told me I was.
Barry?
And another thing. You have too many wheels.
Barry?
An engine like you should only have 4.
Barry, look!
I'd rather not donate £2 to your cause, thank you, and what?
Barry looked up, seeing the three engines steaming into the yard.
What's going on here, Colossus? Have you been drinking?
That's the engine I saw earlier!
I've never seen him before in my entire life.
I'm not going senile after all.
Nobody cares about your failing mental health, Colonial. That's a sibling of mine. I'd better go investigate.
Barry started forwards, looking as mad as ever as he approached Dave, Stan, and Gary.
Bloody hell, I'm seeing double. Maybe I'm the one who's been drinking.
Hey, Barry. Long time no see.
Who is this imposter? I don't remember you, or your harem of Pannier tanks.
Is he still a complete nutcase?
Yeah, that's our Barry, completely insane.
And why are there 2 Daves now? It's bad enough having one to follow around.
Wait, you follow me around?
I'm Stan, Dave's brother, and I'm here for some gala or something. I don't know. I just turned up off the street corner, innit?
You can't be his brother. You're an Armstrong Woolworths build. Dave's a Vulcan bomber.
What?
Dunno, he's bonkers, isn't he?
Well, it was nice to meet you again, Barry. Want to come back to the sheds for a few bevies or what?
Oh, I'd love to, but Barry only drinks biscuits, and I'm all out of his special stash, I'm afraid. Somebody's nicked them, and it wasn't me. I promise.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun to catch up.
Well, all right then. But easy on the bitter lemon.
The 4 engines rolled back to the sheds, where a chorus of excited voices echoed around. Gary and Stan were the centre of attention as the conversation rattled on. Alan had somehow managed to find several tankers of alcohol for them to drink, and in no time at all, the sheds were a drunken mess of conversation, the atmosphere light, and not a lot of sense being made at all. In the weeks that followed, Gary and Stan made a great impression with the rest of the Dark Railway engine. A majority of them had recognised Stan from his last gala visit, whilst the older residents of the line fondly remembered Gary from many years before. Everybody was cheerful, except for Barry. Barry was jealous.
I'm not jealous.
Though Barry tried his hardest not to feel this way, he couldn't help himself. Nobody seemed to be paying any attention to him at the moment, despite the fact he'd only just returned to the line as well. No matter how much he tried to overpower the conversations in the sheds at night, he continued to be ignored or told to shut up by the others. Because of this, Barry decided to take drastic action in the only way that made sense to him.
Oi, Mr. Smoosh.
Oh, I forgot you were back, Barry.
See what I mean? Everyone's forgotten about me.
What do you want?
I need everyone to pay attention to me. I'm being oppressed.
Oppressed?
Oppressed. Nobody talks to me, everybody ignores me, and everyone would rather talk to my little square brother, who's but that's irrelevant, and that Stanley Parable blow.
Sorry, Barry, I wasn't paying attention. What were you saying?
Oh! Mr. Smash, please. We need to do something to make me stand out again.
I have one idea. It's something I've always wanted to do, and...
Whatever, lad, just let us in.
A couple of days later, Barry emerged from the works, sporting a brand new coat of paint. True, it was still painted black, but now he had full British Railways lining applied and looked very smart indeed. The passengers, of course, were rather impressed by the new livery, but Barry didn't really care what they thought. All he cared about was winning back some attention from his friends. He hurried straight back to Mirku, making a beeline to the sheds to show off his new look. Ryan happened to notice him first and called out, "Nice paint job, mate!" Barry completely ignored him as he approached Dave, who was, yet again, in the middle of a long-winded talk with Gary and Stan, along with Brian and Raymond.
Hey, you lot! Look at me and my shiny new paintwork.
Dave looked up. That's nice. Anyway, you were saying, Stan?
Yes. Lord Savell tried to contain the crowds, but it was too late. The frog had just disappeared.
Wait up! Aren't you lot impressed?
Not really, Barry. We're in the middle of something. Anyway, you were saying, Stan?
But that's not fair. I've had a complete makeover, and...
Barry, haven't you got somewhere else to be?
But...
Go away, Barry. We're busy.
Barry puffed sadly away. His big gamble hadn't paid off at all. Everyone was still treating him with indifference, and this made him feel very sad indeed.
I feel very sad indeed.
That's what I just said.
You can shut up, narrator. This is all your fault.
I hardly think that it is.
Go away.
Things got even worse when a gala began. Gary and Stan had star billing due to their visitor status, with Barry discovering that he hadn't even been mentioned on any of the advertising at all. Despite his best efforts to try and be as flamboyant as possible, the other engine continued to pay him little attention as they busied themselves with the gala arrangements. By the last day of proceedings, Barry had run out of patience and hatched a daring plan to finally win back the admiration that he so desperately craved from the others. Alan was busy preparing trains for the final working of the event when Barry accosted him in the carriage siding.
Oi, alien!
Alan!
That's what I said. You're the one in charge of coaches for this last train, right?
Yeah.
Do us a favour. Add a couple more coaches on the end.
How many more?
At least 12.
Jeez, Barry. This train's already 8 coaches long. You sure you want to try and take a train of 20 coaches up the line?
It is the only way.
Fine, whatever. It's your funeral, my dude. Whilst Alan struggled to move the huge rake of coaches into the platform, Barry headed through the shed towards the coal tower.
Right then. One load of coal for me, and then we'll see who's the most impressive engine on this line.
But when his driver tried to load him up, nothing came out of the chute. Clearly, the tower had been emptied by the other greedy engines.
Bugger. Now what am I going to do?
Well, we could always fill you up with that lot over there.
Yeah, whatever. That'll do. Just hurry up. I've got a date with Destiny.
Unbeknownst to both Barry and his crew, what they had just filled his tender with was, in fact, the last remnants of the bad shipment of coal Zeke had ordered a few months previously. None the wiser, Barry proceeded out of the yard and towards the station, full of determination that his bizarre scheme to win back some attention would work. Once coupled to the train, Barry waited impatiently to depart. That's when his fireman began to stoke him, and Barry cried out in disgust.
Yeah, this coal tastes rancid.
Quit your whinging, Barry.
I'm serious. It doesn't taste right.
Since when are you serious about anything?
I'm being serious now. This coal's horrible. Why don't you try some for yourself? I know you're not pregnant, but you'll see how mank it actually is.
The crew simply rolled their eyes as they prepared to depart. Being such a strong machine, Barry pulled away from Colhacker with minimal effort, despite the absurd length of his train. However, as he continued along the line, he began to feel ill. He tried to tell his driver and fireman, but they ignored him as they continued along. But by the time they had reached Woolchurch, Barry's crew had to acknowledge that something was wrong as they coasted into the station.
Pressure's down. Stoke him up a bit more, will you?
I'm trying. He's not generating enough heat.
Barry didn't say anything. He was beginning to feel rather sick as he stood on the platform, his blower wide open.
Well, we haven't got enough pressure to get on the move again, let alone climb Woolchurch or Upway Banks.
We're going to have to get some help, I think.
No way. I can do this. Barry. I can. Oh, heck, I feel like garbage. Where's that giant water box when you need a laugh, eh?
No, Barry, we're not taking you any further. Not without help, anyway. With a normal-sized train, we'd risk it. But you've more than double the line's maximum load. There's no way you'd make it, especially as your fire's not looking so hot.
Was that meant to be a joke? Because that was fucking awful.
As his crew alerted the signalman to their issues, Barry sighed to himself.
Well, Barry's going to be a laughing stock again. All I wanted was for them to pay attention to me, but not like this.
Back at Meerkin, the alert came in that Barry had failed at Woolchurch and was, for some inexplicable reason, trying to haul a massive train all by himself. Word got to the sheds fairly rapidly, with Dave being the first to speak up. Wow, Barry, you poor idiotic moron. Why would he do that?
Oh, God. Guys, I think we've pushed him to insanity.
Wait, wasn't he already insane?
Yes, but I think he's been pushed over the edge. Like, literally, he was teetering beforehand, but now he's plummeted straight to the bottom of the ravine.
Oh no, this is all our fault, guys.
What do you mean it's our fault? We didn't even do anything. We've not even said boo to him recently.
Exactly. Everyone has been overlooking him since you guys arrived, and now he's trying to get our attention by doing monumentally stupid things. Come on, we've got to go and help him.
Do we have to?
Yes, we do. He's my brother, after all. Sure, he might be nuttier than a peanut butter sandwich with extra hazelnuts thrown in, but he's all right, really. And I've not exactly been showing him much brotherly love, have I?
Not really.
You're not meant to agree with me, man. Sheesh. Come on. Let's go and rescue him and give him some attention whilst we're at it.
All right, I'll help, but only if there's a tanker of Lostavel's best rum in the deal.
Come on, Stan, you insufferable block of cheese. Stan sighed as he followed Gary and Dave out of the yard. Barry was feeling miserable as he waited for help to arrive. He felt even worse when he saw Gary, Dave, and Stan approaching, being most embarrassed as they pulled up alongside.
Having trouble, are we, Barry? That's one hell of a train you've got there.
Barry didn't answer. He just looked sheepishly at the ground. Dave spoke up. Look, Barry, we're genuinely sorry for the way we've been treating you recently, especially me. I was so caught up in seeing my friends again that I neglected your feelings.
You don't need to apologize. Barry was just feeling a little jealous, that's all.
Jealous? Of us?
Yeah. I realise now that I'm not as important as I think I am. I'm not so famous as you lot. And I've gone and embarrassed myself in front of you all. So...
You haven't embarrassed yourself, Barry. You managed to haul this entire train here, even while suffering with steaming problems. That's pretty impressive, dude.
You think so? Even if it was for selfish reasons?
Yeah, mate, I couldn't have done that, and neither could Gary.
Hey. I can pull just as much as Barry, whether I would have dared to, however.
Barry's spirits began to lift, as did his boiler pressure, which was finally rising again. Well, we've been sent here to rescue you, Barry. How about the four of us put on a ruddy good show for the passengers?
What do you mean?
Gary, Stan, you two go to the back and couple up. I'll go up in front of Barry. We'll have a double header and double banked train, giving everyone an overpowered send-off to the gala. What do you say?
Sure, why not?
And that sounds bloody fun, actually.
As the two visitors moved off, Dave spoke to Barry. Really, Barry, we are sorry.
That's alright. I made a tit of myself for no good reason other than jealousy.
You don't have to feel jealous of us, Barry. We should have included you more. Besides, this is the first time you've seen your brother in years, and I partially ruined it by hogging him all to myself.
Well, you've had more to do with him than I have. It's fine. Barry will just be Barry, and nothing more.
Nothing less than I'd expect. Come on then, let's get this show on the road. Together, Dave, Barry, Gary, and Stan got the massive train moving again. The passengers had caught wind of what was going on, and all of them excitedly cheered as the train got moving again. Though Barry couldn't help as much as he'd like to have, the others supported him as they battled with the railway's incline, and together they smashed the banks, making a triumphant arrival at Mansfield Fort a short time later, to general applause from those on board the train. By the time they reached Mirku, the four engines were tired but satisfied with their work. Zeke, who had been waiting for them, tried to claw his way through the crowd so that had swarmed onto the platform, hardly able to get a word in as the visitors clapped and cheered for the engines in their mega train. Barry felt much better as he basked in the limelight among his friends and brother, smiling properly for the first time all weekend. Once the hubbub had died down, Zeke managed to get near enough to speak to him. Barry, what you've done today was foolish, stupid, and above all, reckless. How could you think that pulling a 20-coach train all by yourself was a good idea? Barry's smile faded from his soapbox before Dave intervened. It isn't all Barry's fault, sir. The blame for today's events lies squarely on my buffers. What? How did you come to that conclusion? I pushed Barry to do this. I've been treating him poorly since Gary and Stan came, and he thought he had to prove himself to everyone to be recognised again. Therefore, it's down to me. So if you want to lay blame at someone's shed door, then it's mine, not Barry's. Zeke stared at the two engines as Gary and Stan both emerged from the other end of the train.
Dave's right, sir. It is all his fault.
No, it isn't. We're all to blame. Please don't punish Barry and put him in horny jail for our mistakes.
I wasn't planning to. Actually, on reflection, this whole mishap has become something of a media sensation. I was going to thank you, actually, Barry.
Thank me?
Yes. Although you were indeed foolish, the end result has been a resounding success. I've had many visitors complimenting me on this surprise end of gala service, with 4 engines powering this huge train up the incline. I think this might give us some much needed positive publicity after all of the bad things that seem to have happened recently. Anyways, thank you all for such a sterling performance this afternoon. I think you all deserve a good old rest. Barry and Dave smiled as Zeke turned to the 2 visiting engines. So, Gary, we're going to let you cool over the next few days, and then we'll get you sent home, all right?
Sounds good to me, sir.
What? You're leaving already?
Of course. I've been here long enough leeching off your railway's resources. It's been fun, lads, but I'm needed back home now that I've come out of retirement.
Dave looked disappointed for a moment until Stan spoke up.
Cheer up, you big idiot. I'm staying for a bit longer.
You're staying?
Hell yeah. Lord Savel's going through some trouble right now. So he said I could stay here and help you losers out for a while until you get your own motive power situation back under control.
Dave was absolutely thrilled to hear this. Though he would miss Gary, having Stan stay with him for a while longer more than made up for it. Surprising everyone, Barry began to cry.
What are you crying for, you great muppet?
I'm losing my brother all over again. This is the saddest day of my entire life.
Barry, you literally abandoned me on the day that you were built.
Exactly! What will poor old Barry do now, eh?
You absolute fruitcake. Tell you what, Barry, how about we get fucking smashed for old time's sake?
But Mr. Smash isn't edible.
No, you fucking numpty. Let's have a few drinks to round off the season.
All right then. But easy on the bitter lemon. Right, we're off to the sidings.
Reflecting on the day's events, the 4 engines found a nice quiet corner of the yard where they steadily began drinking some beer tankers for all they were worth, laughing, joking, and sharing stories until long after the sun had disappeared over the horizon. What the fuck, guys?
Keep the ruddy noise down. Don't just see I've got a hangover.
Hellfire, I'm hallucinating again. I'm surviving, and why is my orientation floating? Oh my god, my head.
Anyway, that's all we've got for the season. Go away now.
How did I get here? The end.